Hello everybody, welcome back. We are here on the Alpha characters. We have a lot to do today. We have our End of Concord Pass to sell off. We also need to make some ISK through normal means. We have already gone ahead and sold our ISK on this character here, or our Concord Pass stuff on this character, so we're at 1.7 billion at the moment. That means with the next Concord Pass, we will be able to afford the Rattlesnake at a low end. I'm pretty happy about that. But our other two characters have some issues. The reason we've already sold the Concord Pass, um, the Concord Pass materials on this one character is because yesterday we had an opportunity, and unfortunately we kind of missed that opportunity. We saw on the market that there was a rattlesnake for 2,250,000,000, which is way lower than market average. So I was selling materials and stuff to try to get just enough to buy that. Unfortunately, it did not work out. So, darn it. But, what this tells me is after next Concord Pass comes through, that one character should be able to afford the rattlesnake. That's not the same for my other two characters. My other two characters, one in particular, had to use a whole month worth of Concord Pass points in order to get the Battleship Nanocore. And so it is way behind on ISK. We're looking at 400 million ISK on this character. And we should be somewhere about 1.2 or 1.4 billion. So this character is going to have some troubles. The other character here, we're going to be pretty close to the range that we're looking for, but we're still about 200 million off because we had to go ahead and spend some of our ISK that we got on Plex. I just finished off the last 12 Plex that I needed here to get back to having Omega access. So we've gone and done that. But, that being said, that means this character is also pretty far behind. So our goal today is to sell off all of our Concord materials, look at our current amount of ISK, and then we're gonna do some missions and stuff to try to grind out maybe 100 million ISK today. That should take about, what is it, 6 hours of mission running to do at Tech 7. That's really rough. The other thing we might be able to do if we were lucky would be, I wonder if we could do some kind of Dormant Realm. I don't really know. But in the end, that is our plan for today. And it will just be all chatting and talking about what we've got going on. We're definitely a little bit earlier today. I didn't have a whole lot of sleep last night.
Autopilot engaged.
We stayed up till 2
Undocking.
a.m. Grinding out some missions and running Dormant Realms on my normal characters. That was a whole lot of fun. Went to sleep after that, woke up at like 5 a.m., stayed up for about an hour, went back to sleep, and
Warp
woke up
drive
at about
active.
9. It is now 11 o'clock. So we're running a little bit low on our available time, but we should have plenty to make our ISK.
Warp drive active.
In the end, we have to grind about 500 million ISK in order to get this character in the bottom left to a reasonable amount.
Destination docking request accepted.
So we can actually buy the rattlesnake when we hit Tech 8. Let's go ahead. We have the new update today, which doesn't really affect us at all, so that's fine. The only thing it does affect is when we hit Tech 10 and we get our hands on the Lancer Dreadnoughts, we will be able to use close-in weapons on them. Alright, let's go ahead and do our Concord stuff. I forgot to bring some stuff. Is it 9? No, not that one. We're a little bit short, so we're gonna have 7 on that one. Alright, so we have those. Let's go ahead and get those sold. The current most ISK for the box is the offense box. If I remember correctly. We did it yesterday, so I don't remember right off the top of my head. It was the industry box actually yesterday, although they are pretty well tied. Let's go ahead and repackage everything and stack it up. So this will give us about 438 million. Everything looks about right, so good there. And this one will be giving us about 600 million, not including what I sell for the rest of these things. Alright. So, where are we at now? Yeah, you can see here the character that has had the best opportunities in terms of making sure that it's always able to train and didn't have to buy Omega twice. You're looking at 1.7 billion on that character. We also have our other character here. This is the one that ended up having to spend a whole lot of ISK on getting Flex again and had to spend ISK on trying to get leveled up so we can hit Tech 7 all on the same day. That character is at 1.12 billion. Not bad, but we're about 610 million off from the main, from the character that had no issues. And then our third character, which had the most issues because it had to use a full Concord pass, actually I think 2 Concord passes, in order to get the nanocore for the battleship. It is at 500 million and it is way behind. My thinking here is that if we can grind somewhere about 500 million ISK, we should get this third character on par with everybody else where it should be today, or where it should be before we hit our Tech 8 advancement. And when we activate Omega, any extra ISK that is left over on the other 2 characters, we can put toward this third character to try to get that character up and running. Because when we are Tech 8 in Omega, we can actually have access to our contracts. Let's head back to Perimeter here, drop off our stuff, and then we will get started on our mission running.
Autopilot engaged.
Something else we're
Undocking.
going to have to look at is we have to get ourselves some Tesseract stars. Whatever those Concord Tesseract things are. I'll show you here in a minute. These
Warp
ones.
drive active.
We need a bunch of these in order to put a gold nanocore upgrade on our battleships, which we actually do need as soon as we can. So I am going to focus on that for like 1 Concord pass worth. When we hit Tech 8. We have a lot of future stuff going on because we are only about
Warp drive
50 days
active.
away. And probably about that with all the skill points and stuff we're getting. So it's kind of a time crunch now.
Destination docking request accepted.
We're on that last little bit to get to Tech 8, which I'm super excited about. because then we have access to some serious firepower. Something I did forget to do on these characters. Let me see if I can grab some of those excess materials we had. Yep, these ones. And we're gonna take those and sell those as well. About 10 million for that. Is that actually what they're worth? Yeah, I mean, I think that's worth it. So we're gonna go ahead and sell those. We're gonna sell this and that. We don't really have anything else that we can sell. Yeah, I should probably sell that. That's not worth it. Alright, back to Gina again.
Autopilot engaged. Undocking. Warp drive active.
This is our battleship box. Everything looks pretty good so far. We have quite a large collection of databanks and things. That should help us out. Actually, I wonder how many of those Tesseract things I have right now. Does it show it in
Warp
here?
drive active.
Yes, so I have 30, and I need probably about 200 just to activate a gold nanocore.
Desdocking request accepted.
That's not bad, 131 million. And 151 million. So we're just a little bit better off. It's not crazy, but it's certainly better. I'm gonna exit out of here so I can update that, because the wallet did not update.
Autopilot engaged. Undocking.
So in the background, we've been training a whole lot of skills and
Warp
putting as
drive
many
active.
points into those skills as we can to try to make sure we can stay up to date on that.
Warp drive active.
When that skill finishes, what do I need to skill into? I think I just need to go into shield hardening.
Docking request accepted.
We're going to be using this particular set of skills for the Rattlesnake, since the Rattlesnake is a shield-based ship, rather than the armor-based ships that we have been using. Alright, 846. And it looks like we've got a lot of missions coming to us today. Okay, that character's not getting so lucky. Okay, let's start heading to Foreign.
Autopilot engaged. Undocking. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
The Rattlesnake is going to be such a useful ship for us because it's got so much tank and DPS combined. In the past, that hasn't been a thing, but since the introduction of implants and a few balance adjustments, the Rattlesnake has been getting better and better.
Fleet Warp.
Which I gotta update the fleet here. Squad Deputy. Squad Deputy.
Warp drive active.
Squad Deputy. There we are. It is very likely going to be a long and boring day. But that's okay.
Enemy ships detected.
Hello, how you doing? Welcome. Good to see you again. We've got a long day ahead of us.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Well, what are you grinding today? What are you working toward? Oh, fun. That's awesome.
Fleet warp.
Do they enjoy it?
Warp drive active.
Ah, that's awesome.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
My head is pretty empty today. I don't have a lot that I want to say right now, but as I'm sitting here, mostly because I know I've got like 6 hours of doing this.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
It would be nice if I could do like a Dormant Realm level 1 or something, just to speed up this process. Oh, awesome. Thank you. I appreciate you stopping by and all that.
Shield damaged. Shield damaged. Shield damaged. Fleet warp.
Yeah, if we manage to do 100 million on each character today, that
Warp
is
drive
300
active.
million for the day across all 3 accounts at Tech 7. That's not bad. You could definitely do that, like, running story missions and stuff. I just don't find it very useful. Or safe enough to be running story missions without some kind of counterplay.
Autopilot disabled.
Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, not a whole lot going through my head right now. At all. This is gonna be definitely one of those head empty,
We're under
mindless
attack.
grind sessions. But that's the reality of these echoes sometimes. Sometimes you just get stuck here, not saying anything, not doing anything, just mindlessly grinding away. Hopefully once I get some coffee in me, I'll have thoughts that'll come to me.
Enemy ships detected. We're being warp scrambled.
So I have 2 other open character slots that I can utilize for more characters if I needed to.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
I've been back and forth in my head about whether or not I actually want to start up 2 more characters on top of the ones that you see that I've got going on right now.
We're under attack.
And I want to do it because it'll give me more access to more Dormant Realms.
Fleet War.
But it's also going to take a lot of time away by having more characters that I have to work
Warp
with.
drive active.
At least one character I have is already at Tech 10. It's just not. It just doesn't have any Omega right now. it's just a hard choice because of that time investment that 2 more characters would require me to have.
We're under attack. We're under attack. We're under attack. Shield damaged. Fleet warp.
Warp
That,
drive
that
active.
character is gonna be done with its missions for its first set of missions. So I'm sitting here kind of just thinking about how we went through Alpha from Tech 1 to Tech 7. And I think we did this about as good as we could. Hey Snoopy, how you doing today? However, something that
We're under
might
attack.
be better than what you're seeing me do here is to just get a faction frigate as soon as you can
Shield damaged.
and run with that. However, you still won't have the skill bonuses on the faction frigates. So it just makes it hard to do anything. Because let's face it, 3 worms would be doing what these 3 prophecies are doing with pretty relative ease. But a worm still costs like 200 million or something like that. Yeah, 230 million, which is about 40 million more than we paid for the prophecy. I'm doing good. We've got a long day ahead of us. We've got probably like 5 more hours of grinding missions today. we've got to make about 500 million ISK on each character over the next 50 days. So that comes down to about 10 million ISK a day, or if we can do like 40 million ISK a day, we're looking at like 15 days of grinding. Today I want to try to hit 100 million ISK on each character, so it brings it down to like 8 or 9 days of grinding. Because we are a little bit behind on our ISK income to be able to get our hands on the rattlesnakes. I'm pretty sad that we were not in a position to buy that rattlesnake yesterday for $2,250,000,000. I think that was a really sad opportunity that we missed. Man. And we could have had it if we had not gone for the Battleship Nanocores. But I think I'd rather have 3 Battleship Nanocores rather than just having the ship itself right now, because the ship itself won't be useful to us for another 50 days when we hit Tech 8.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
If we see any Inquisitor anomalies, I'll probably go and do those as well. Just on the off chance that we get some stuff that is actually pretty good. Yeah, I was seeing a little bit earlier it was 2.8 billion. But and that's a little bit higher than normal, I think. But we did miss that sweet opportunity to get a rattlesnake for 2,250,000,000. I was really sad.
Enemy ships detected.
It's okay. You win some, you lose some. We're still in such a good position to be able to go into Tech 8. It's not even funny. When I first entered Tech 8, I had like
Enemy ships detected.
300 million ISK to my name on my main character. So to be able to afford a rattlesnake as soon as we hit Tech 8 is just wild. And it's all because of the changes to Concord Fast.
We're under attack.
Let me go ahead and give a buff real quick here.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I got my first battleship at Tech 9. I actively sought out a nullsec corporation that I could join. In this case, it was Void. And in doing so, I spent all of Tech 8 mining in nullsec. In order to build my first battleship, which was the Scorpion. Of course, then everybody told me the Scorpion was horrible and they didn't like the idea that I had, and blah blah blah. And so I ended up leaving Void because of that.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, the Rook was T10 back then. Poor thing. Give me a minute, I'm gonna mute real quick. I'll still be talking, but you just won't hear any volume. Okay, that should fix that issue. And now we've got this. Go ahead and give a little buff.
We're under attack. We're under attack. under attack.
Yeah, before... God, I've gone through, like, almost every ship in this game. The only ships that I haven't really done much with is capital ships. But I have used every weapon system, I have used every ship that's below a battleship.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I get it.
We're under attack.
It's definitely hard when you don't have something that you look forward to. And then you become, like, really complacent in the ships that you have. Yeah. I was super happy getting my Scorpion for the first time. I was so excited. Because it was kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy for me. When I started Eve Echoes, like, day one, I said, I want to fly a battleship. I want to fly the biggest ship we have access to.
Enemy
Um,
ships detected.
And so far I've kept my word on that. So when I got my hands on the Scorpion and I realized that I was now flying a battleship instead of the cruisers and battlecruisers that I had been, I was so excited. And I've never really gone back to flying anything small once I started flying the battleships. There was just no point in it for me. Now we actually have content that those ships can do. And you don't have to be locked into...
Enemy ships detected.
into
We're
running
under
big ships
attack.
if you don't want to. There's a lot of content now. Yeah, the only frigate that I will ever love and cherish deeply is the Kestrel. The Kestrel is my child. Same with the Corax as a destroyer. I adore the Corax. Cruisers, I really like the Moa and the Gila, but, like, I could care less about them. Or I couldn't care less about them.
Fleet warp.
I just really like the way they look. The Moa and the Gila.
Warp drive active.
They really did the destroyers a disservice. Because destroyers should have had like 4 or 5 high slots. Even at some of the lowest tiers. They're supposed to be glass cannons. And they're just not in Eve Echoes. mini because they're more of a blend between the mobility of a frigate, but the
We're under attack.
the kind of defensiveness of a cruiser,
Under attack.
but they don't have any of the DPS that you would expect something to, like a destroyer to have.
Enemy ships detected.
I think they just really don't quite make their mark in many cases. You would more often than not be better flying a cruiser or a frigate than flying a destroyer. Now with the newer destroyers, what are they called again? I don't even remember their names off the top of my head. The newer ones, like the Salamander, the Nitro, the Anur, and the Arano, they're actually really good. Even the Allegiance is really good.
Enemy ships detected.
And I think that's the power level that the basic destroyers should have been. We're making some good income today, about 2 million per bounty tick.
Fleet warp.
Okay, this will be the last mission on this character for foreign.
Warp drive active.
Okay, looks like we've got a few more. Good, we've pretty much turned Foreign into a high-sec island, if we can still manage to maintain these missions.
Enemy ships detected.
We're looking for anything that says 0.
Autopilot engaged. Destination reached.
Gonna get that
We're under
that
attack.
armor command burst going again. Just for that little bit of extra tank.
under attack.
Where are we? There we are.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, I think the only ship type that I have not flown yet is the supercarrier. Hey, now after the update, we should be able to see those new capitals. Yeah.
Enemy ships detected.
I'm sure those ships are being very well protected, if anybody has them.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
Yay. Yeah, it's a pretty head-empty day. if we were not able to go into the rattlesnake, I was considering running the sniper battle cruisers, like the Oracle, the Talos, the Tornado, Tempest, whichever one it is, with the large weapons. Those battle cruisers are really good. There's just no drone battle cruisers for that, and there's no missile
Enemy
versions
ships
for that,
detected.
which would have ultimately changed our ship choice in Tech 10 or Tech 9.
Enemy ships detected.
I need to eventually look at Sweet and see how many skill points we need to get the basic skills that are required for the rattlesnake. Because we should have enough if we reset everything that we're not going to be using.
Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, if I had to choose any of the assault battle cruisers, it probably would be the Naga. I just think the Naga is probably the best option, or the Oracle. What's with your OMG?
Enemy ships detected.
Oh no. What did you do? Of course. Oh no, only the two Logi drones. Darn
Enemy
it.
ships detected.
So that means you still need your Seaways, right? Yeah. 5 hours isn't too bad. That's like a pretty good nap for me. Most people would call that going to sleep. But that's just a nap.
We're under attack. We're under attack. Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
And we've got some bounty rewards to duplicate here. We're only gonna duplicate bounty rewards from today.
We're under attack.
Man, I really wish I had a aerospace implant right about now.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
What was the cheapest green aerospace implant that we could get again?
Shield
Was it
damaged.
2 billion?
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, 2.2 billion. Yeah, I was thinking about doing that, um, since we're so close to being Tech 8.
Fleet Warp.
But I don't really want to break my rule of
Warp drive
reaching off
active.
of someone. That's been a rule since day one on the alphas.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, I mean, if I could... Are there any dormant realms that currently give the aerospace implant as a reward?
We're under attack. We're under attack. We're under attack.
Because it would be really nice to have that. Even at, like, a basic level.
Fleet Warp.
No, I have not looked up the building cost on that.
Warp drive active.
But all I can assume right now is it's probably going to be close to like 1.7 or 1.8 billion. And if I could just get it from a dormant realm, I would much rather do that. The alphas are currently... where does it say? They are currently 167 days old. I don't have anything in my hangars that gives me anything.
We're under attack.
Skins. 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 Prototype. 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 Yeah, it's still prototype.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, nothing there. It might have been like just before I started the alphas.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
Yeah, with the new 20-minute timer, we have pretty much created a high-tech island right next to Gina. And so long as we're not, like, over-DPSing these missions, we should hit that timer well before we run out of missions.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. Shield damaged.
Yeah, like, 1 billion for the blueprint itself. The materials are not bad. The materials are easy. It's just that 1 billion for
Enemy
the
ships detected.
blueprint.
We're under attack.
I have no idea about the reconstruction
We're
though.
under attack.
Yeah. You're looking at least 900 million for the aerospace material itself. Yeah, it's quite a bit.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
2.5 million for the maintenance. I've got plenty of torn sleeper structures on my main account. But these are like 600 million each. So it's cheaper to just buy the blueprint. Yeah. Yeah, green is definitely easy. Which is all I would need to start with,
Enemy ships
just so I can
detected.
get access to the kinetic bonuses.
We're under attack.
Oh, he needs 64s. Oh god. That's just nuts. Yeah, if I have the green implant, I should be able to get enough DPS out of it for the rattlesnake, which will then allow us to do like Dormant Realm 8 or 9 or 10 pretty comfortably.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Wow, only 8 billion on the market? Jeez. That's really cheap for a gold. I wonder if they'll ever allow us to have two main implants active at the same time. Because ships like the Rattlesnake would really benefit from that. Or something like the Apocalypse. Isn't he?
We're under attack.
No, it's the drone laser one.
Fleet warp.
That is the Apocalypse, right? Gosh darn it. I haven't flown these things in so long.
Warp
I'm
drive
having to
active.
double. Armageddon. That's the name. This thing would benefit a lot from being able to have aerospace implant and the laser implants active at the same time.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
Go, my little swarm of bees. Go! Look at all my drones just being an absolute menace to society. I'm gonna be sad to go down to just like 6 drones.
Enemy ships detected.
I think it's like really funny to have a swarm of like 15 drones flying around. Oh, there they go! Oh, my little nuisances! There we go.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. Fleet warp.
Another good bounty hit.
Warp drive active.
So we're aiming for about 945 million on this bottom character by the end of today. Yeah, 2 million's not bad at Tech 7. Um, if we had advanced skills, we'd be somewhere in the 4 or the 5 million level. But, like, we don't even have our drone damage skill.
Enemy ships detected.
I was just thinking we might be able to do this level of income with just bomber frigates.
Enemy ships detected.
Were the bomber frigates given another mid slot? Well, they have 3 mid slots. Scout tactical module, I need to see that. Mid slots, tactical modules. Regular. Scout. Hi, Jenner. Do you know where I can find the Scout tactical module? On the market? What if it's a low slot? Regular tactical modules.
Fleet war.
Alright, no problem.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, we're supposed to get a Scout
under
tactical
attack.
module, but I can't seem to find it.
We're under attack.
Scout micro warp drives, capsuleer outposts. No tactical module.
attack.
So all these people that had stealth bombers, now we have no access to the bomber mode because there's no scout tactical module.
Shield damaged.
Network, Logi, Citadel, Siege, Repair, Rapid, Sniper, Defense, and Bombing. I don't see anything here.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
How to do that? It'd almost be really cool if the bomber frigates can use the sniper tactical module. That might actually be worthwhile.
Enemy ships detected.
I wonder if maybe it's just built into the ship. And it's not an actual module that you'll have to buy. I need answers.
Enemy ships detected.
I wonder if they have a different set of patch notes on the Discord. Okay, so remove the bombing mode of the 12 bomber frigates. Including pacifier, or purifier. Special mid-slot +1 can install tactical modules. New bonus can be fitted with the bombard tactical modules identical to the Crusader module and can be purchased via the bundle.
Shield damaged.
And purifier, huh?
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
That's the pacifier. That's not the purifier. Yeah, I don't really know. Because that's a major oopsie on their part. If it's not even in the game. But on the Eve Echoes patch notes, they're supposed to have an extra mid slot for that module. And it's supposed to be put the Bombard tactical module identical to Crusader's module. Crusader is the cruiser, isn't it?
Enemy ships detected.
No, that's the frigate.
We're under attack.
Well, that's the Crucifier, not the Crusader. What the hell does this sentence even mean? Are they calling the Citadel module the Crusader module? Is there a new thing in the
Ships
store?
detected. We're under attack.
I swear to
We're
God,
under
Denny's.
attack.
Okay, so nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. Nothing there, nothing there. No, no. 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 Looking for... How... Is that the Hound 3? That you're looking at? Four, four, three, 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 three. Three, four, three, three. Yeah, I don't see an extra mid slot on there.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
I don't think that patch note is live. Maybe they canceled that change? Or maybe it just didn't actually upload for them. Last time it was the Nightmare low slot, yeah. What the Nightmare now has is 7 low slots. It
Enemy
used to
ships
have only
detected.
6. No? Am I misremembering? Hmm.
Enemy ships detected.
Ah, okay. So what ship... So given that information, what ship do you think they actually mean? Yeah.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
That's a good question. They said there's 12 ships
Shield damaged.
that were supposed to be changed. And right now, the only
Ships detected.
category here with 12 ships is the stealth bombers. remove the bombing mode of 12 bomber frigates, including Purifier.
Enemy ships detected.
I'm going to figure this out. Because that's the Purifier. Which does not have an extra mid slot. There are no items called the Crusader. I think
Fleet war.
we're looking at patch notes for next week, maybe. I think this removal was supposed to be on next
Warp
week's
drive active.
update. Or maybe it was originally gonna happen and they decided not to. But it seems like that's an error, just across the board.
We're under
Because there's
attack.
no ship called a Crusader, which no ship has a Crusader module either. The closest thing would be the Citadel module. But it's Crusader apostrophe S, which implies the Crusader is a ship that has a module that is supposed to be identical to the bomber frigates.
Shield damaged.
It is possessive with capital Crusader, meaning the name of an item or the name of a thing. So I'm thinking either those patch notes were not implemented on this update, or we're looking at patch notes for the future
We're under attack.
that were accidentally added into this week's patch notes. Hint at a new ship? Question mark?
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Losing some frame rate.
Warp drive active.
The Crusaders module.
We're under attack. We're under attack.
I think in the past they have referred to the Citadel module as the Crusader module in patch notes.
Enemy ships detected.
Did you find an update in the description of one of the modules? Which one updated?
Enemy ships detected.
Have they just not updated the market layout? Okay, what information do you have? Yep, that's what I was gonna do. I have an alt that I wanted to do that on to check that.
Fleet warp.
I don't think they
Warp
only had
drive
2 mid
active.
slots. I thought they had 3 last time. Okay.
We're under attack.
Now,
We're
what
under
tactical
attack.
module goes in that slot?
Shields
Do you have,
damaged.
like, one of everything just sitting around? It should be the bomber tactical module, right? Good, okay. Their patch notes are all jacked up.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, 2 minute slots is awful.
We're under attack.
Signature radius adjustment, explosion radius, explosion velocity, flight time, flight velocity, missile torpedo damage. It's just awful.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Well, let's just say that they were never meant to have a scrambler or a disruptor. They were always meant to use, like, target painters plus their bombing stuff. They were basically meant to just one-shot things as they came out of float and then go back in. Especially in large groups against like battleships and capitals. If you get a large enough group of those things, you can basically just one-shot whatever you want. Luckily, we don't have that problem here. Most people will be flying much larger ships, and the bombers kind of got forgotten because of their ineffectiveness.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
You're basically better off just running the small torpedoes on those things and getting the bonuses that you can.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Okay, so we're gonna have to start grabbing these perimeter missions.
Warp drive active.
Okay, we've got that skill training done. That means we need to skill into shield hardening.
We're under attack. Shield damaged.
Is that at level 5? Yeah, that is. Why'd you go and buy Hound 3? What purpose do you have for the Hound 3?
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Just because you have a Dragon Chant core, you went for the Hound 3. Nice. Nice. I think the only ships in this entire game that have been more ignored by the developers than any other ship in the game, it's going to be the bomber frigates at the very top for being completely ignored and
Enemy
useless,
ships detected.
and then you have like the destroyers right after that. The bomber frigates have been in a really bad spot ever since they've entered the game. And unfortunately, that same thing applies to the Raven Striker and the Raven Navy issue. You cannot use the siege mode on the Raven Striker or the Raven Navy issue for any reason. Okay, we're gonna head toward perimeter now. I need this one. I'm gonna quickly do my bounty tick. And then I need to
Autopilot engaged.
accept all these missions while we're heading there.
Warp drive active.
you
Warp
know,
drive active.
I mean, like, it's completely worthless on the Raven Striker or the Raven Navy. That's supposed to be their strength, and it's just not there. Like, I think even a Citadel would have a reduced damage against that mode.
Destination reached.
Fleet warp.
It's really dumb. They need to do something
drive
about
active.
that mode, whether it be reducing all the negative stats by like half of what they are, or something, so that way you can actually apply to like battleships. Yeah, they do hit pretty hard without the mode, but why even have the mode on there when everything else in its tier is significantly better and able to use it? I'll be back in a minute. After this next wave, I think.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. Enemy ships detected.
Alright, I'm back. Yeah, they just need to do... maybe offer the Striker battleships like 2 different options of modules. Have them have like the siege mode or like the rapid fire mode. I think that would make the Striker battleships just a little bit more unique and worthwhile. And you'll also have a choice.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
That's a whole nother thing now. The poor Striker battleships have been sent to the gulag. very few people fly them anymore when you can just fly like a Navy equivalent of them. More tanks, same capabilities, more damage. Yeah, they're only like 1.5 million, but they're significantly worse than the Navy battleships at the same tier. Maybe what would fix that is just adjust all the battleships to be Tech 8, 9, and 10 rather than just Tech 9 and Tech 10. So
Enemy
all of your
ships
basic
detected.
battleships like the Scorpion, the Apocalypse, that they could be like Tech 8. At Tech 9 you could probably have like all of the level 2 battleships and like the more difficult battleships to get, like the Maelstrom, the Abaddon could be Tech 9, like Armageddon 2 could be Tech 9, and then you can also like offer the Striker battleships at Tech 9, and then you'll get like the Navy ships and the Spec Ops ships at Tech 10. Something more specialized and unique. Yeah, if you're like just entering Tech 10, if you're just entering Tech 10, you may only have the money for like a Striker battleship, and your only real choice there is the Apocalypse Striker. There's no other ship that you would ever choose there. But if you've been saving up from Tech 9, there's no reason you shouldn't be able to afford a Navy battleship before you even get the Striker.
Fleet warp.
Yeah, I have flown every single one of the Striker battleships.
Warp drive
The
active.
Megatron and the Apocalypse were the best of the bunch. They had the best range, the best reload time, and it was really nice to have. The Raven Striker was decent, but there was no point in flying the Raven Striker over the Raven. They have the same DPS without that siege module activated in PvE. There's literally a 2% difference in DPS between the Raven and the Raven Striker.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Alright, what are we at now? 872. We need 940 something. 945 million. I
Shield
think that would be
damaged.
a good spot to be.
Enemy ships detected.
Oh my god. So EVE Online just posted a chart on a recent battle in the system of Lanthorn, which saw 3,800 pilots fight for the Fortizar. There were 306 dreadnoughts worth 2,000. It was worth 2 trillion, almost 3 trillion ISK from those 300 dreadnoughts. There was 242 battleships worth 181 billion in total. There were 7 force auxiliaries worth 28 billion. There were 6 carriers worth 28 billion. There was 1 Lancer dreadnought worth 15 billion. 32 force recon ships worth 9 billion in that fight.
Fleet war.
There was 9 heavy interdiction cruisers worth 7 billion. There were 13 command ships worth 7 billion.
Warp
15
drive active.
combat recon ships worth 5 billion. And 14 haulers worth 4 billion. In total, 3 trillion 226 billion ISK was destroyed in that battle.
We're under attack.
That's a lot for EVE Online. I can only imagine what those numbers look like for EVE Echoes. You get 1 super carrier on grid, that's already 1 trillion.
Enemy ships detected.
What is with that horrible bounty reward there? Oh, that was from the previous system. Okay, I got it. Yeah, my ultimate goal right now, I guess I have two. One is to make a 1 trillion-ish battleship. The other one is to be able to fly at a basic level every single ship in the game. Which now that's a lot harder than it used to be. It used to be that you really only needed the advanced level 5 skills. Now you need the expert skills. I saw that.
Fleet warp.
What would you say the average cost of
Warp
a
drive active.
dreadnought is for us right now? We're thinking like 30 billion, 40 billion, right? As an average cost for dreadnoughts across the board. Yeah, so. So in Eve Echo's terms, that those 300 and some odd dreadnoughts that were killed, for Eve Echoes, that would equal 9 trillion ISK.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
What are Supers going for now? Are they down to like 600 billion?
Shield damaged.
Yeah, I think that they were somewhere around there then. God, if only I could get one into high tech.
Enemy ships detected. We're being warp scrambled.
Wow. That's a pretty good deal for a Nyx. Yeah. It's actually, I think, just barely within my reach if I gave everything up.
We're under attack.
Yeah, that would be bad. Yeah, it would just be the hole for me to get my hands on one.
Fleet War.
That would be... Yeah, that would be like
Warp drive
all
active.
3 of my Lucents, all 3 of my bodyguards, all of my Raven Navies, plus whatever this guy had laying around, plus all of my implant materials. We're probably looking somewhere about that amount. Just to get my hands on it. And then I'd have to find some way to transfer it from a nullsec station into Cheetah. Which would be another like 10 billion ISK or something like that using the mail system, if it'll even allow it.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have capitals in low sec right now. It's fine. That's nice. Yeah, the logistics of me getting a super carrier is like 0.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
There's no way it's happening. The only way it would happen is if it was available in a loot crate, in which I could open it in Gina, or if they had like some sort of Concorde super carrier
Fleet
that they
War.
released, and it could fly through HiSec. But at that point, that thing would be
Warp
the
drive
only
active.
super carrier that would ever be flown. It's highly unlikely that they would ever make a Concorde super carrier. So realistically, my only choice is if I get lucky, and end up with, like, a super carrier as a reward for one of those interstellar bizarre events. Which would be disgusting.
Enemy ships detected.
If I ever got my hands on a super carrier, I would very likely just sell my dreadnoughts. There's no point in having them if I have a super.
Enemy ships detected.
If I had any supers, it would either be the Nyx or the Wyvern. Those are the two that are my favorite. That's awesome. I love having those experiences.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. Well, you gotta protect your new guys. And that's the best way to do it.
We're under attack. We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. Shield damaged.
When I first started playing EVE Online, this was probably back in 2014 or 2016. Yeah, it was probably in 2016 when I first started playing EVE Online. Um, I had landed on a gate, and when I saw the scorpion just flying around the gate as a NPC defensive measure, it just left such an impression on me. I love the look of that thing.
Enemy ships detected.
It just looked so different and powerful than any other spaceship I had ever seen from, like, Star Trek or Star Wars or anything like that. I loved its more animalistic styling that it had. And then my fascination with missiles ended up becoming a thing because it was a missile ship. Yeah, I understand why they don't have the NPCs in-game because they do take up a lot of extra resources on a server that's meant for a mobile game. But it is a hell of an experience to see one of those battleships of your nationality choice sitting around the gate protecting it, rather than the gate guns that we have now.
Fleet warp.
Oh yeah, I love disintegrators. They're awesome.
Warp drive active.
They're really bad for PvE, but in PvP they're a lot better.
We're under attack.
Yeah, I like the Triclavian ships. They're so cool looking. And they just got their brand new Marauder based based on their battleship that they have. Entropic disintegrators is what the weapon system is called. I'm surprised. They are very expensive.
Enemy ships detected.
So, in EVE Online, something like the Worm is gonna cost you like 19 million ISK. The the equivalent Triglavian frigate, there's two different kinds. There's the assault frigate and the normal one. The normal one's gonna cost you like, I think it was 23 million, and the assault variant of it is gonna cost you somewhere in the region of 49 million.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? pretty much everything here in Eve Echoes is about 10 times more expensive overall.
Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
Yeah, the pacifier is actually in Eve Online, and it is like, I wonder if I can pull that up. Let me find my market thing real quick for Eve Online. And let me find the pacifier.
Enemy ships detected.
Okay, so the pacifier right now, lowest cost in Gina is 464 million ISK. And it goes as low as like 412 if you want to go to some other locations to go get it. Yeah, it's still really expensive.
Enemy ships detected.
That is so weird. Why are my bounty ticks so out of sync? Does that say prisoner? No.
Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I think they increased the spawn rate.
Enemy ships detected. Enemy ships detected.
How much fuel is this using? 1800 per startup? Yeah. I have a lot worse bounty ticks here in Perimeter than I do in Foreign. The enemies here are just so much tankier.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
Enemy ships detected.
Sure. Let me see if I, okay, you can't even search for contracts if you're in alpha. That's too bad.
Enemy ships detected.
$34 billion. Oh my god.
Fleet warp.
Oh, I should probably loot that.
Warp drive active.
Gone now. Got a battle cruiser in this one, so it's gonna take both of my repairers to make it through.
Enemy ships detected.
Let's go ahead and activate our DPS for this. $581, $581, and $625. For having no skills, that's not bad.
We're under attack. We're under attack. Shield damaged.
I wonder if the rattlesnake would be better with something like one of these on there too. It's just for flight velocity. I don't care about that. Yeah, I should probably do this. The omnidirectional tracking link.
Fleet warp.
Warp
I don't
drive
need
active.
so much tank at Tech 8 in a rattlesnake. So maybe I'll just go like better tracking and stuff. Better tracking and better range. We still have a long way to go.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
So we've still got about 40 to 60 million ISK left to make today. We're about 3.5 hours in and we've already done about 40 million. Yep, getting closer and closer. Alright, let's go ahead and go to perimeter, foreign now. Because we do get better bounty ticks there. Let me see if I can do a reset here first. I might wait for that reset. I think I'm gonna wait for that reset.
Fleet warp.
Yeah, I
Warp
really
drive
hope I
active.
get some rattlesnakes on the cheaper end. But even if we don't, they will pay themselves off very quickly. Got about 40 seconds before I can reset. We've already done 20 missions today on one character, 22 on another, and then 16 on another. So we are definitely gonna run out of missions that we can run today. After that, it'll have to be maybe Dormant Realms to make our last little bit of money.
Autopilot engaged.
If we get some people in here
Warp drive active.
that can carry me in dormant realms, I think I might just accept it. Just to get these characters on track.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active. Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disabled.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Eleven jumps and only mining Nihilus. Oof. Not even combat ones. That's rough.
Enemy ships detected.
Tier 7 can do some basic scanning, but it's not very good. I don't know, however, if it is locked. Yeah, you get one skill for hacking, and the rest of it is just not available.
Fleet warp.
It's terrible.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
It could be. Because I have seen some good loot and stuff.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
The other thing I'm thinking about, which might be worth it, if we can buy these, plus their components, we might be able to make some ISK on that.
Enemy ships detected.
It could definitely be worthwhile doing that. What do we make? We make about 170,000 per.
Fleet warp.
And it's 10, so 1.7 million. It would pay for itself, but we'd only be making about
Warp drive active.
a million on every. No, it's probably more like 500,000 on every blueprint that we make and buy.
We're under attack.
That's
Enemy
definitely a
ships
thought.
detected. We're under attack. Shield damaged.
I wonder if it would be worthwhile on my main account to just buy up as many of those blueprints as I can for like really cheap and build them and sell the materials. Since I already have all those materials sitting around in my hangar and I have so much of it because of the Roarfall and the Orca, it might actually be worthwhile on my main
Enemy
account.
ships detected.
So 35 of those blueprints made us 56 million ISK on our main account.
We're under attack.
Probably like 51 after taxes. Hmm.
Fleet warp.
746,000.
Warp drive active.
I guess I'll do. Are you wanting PvP or PvE? Okay. Number one is gotta be the
Enemy ships detected.
Apocalypse Navy issue. This thing. That's number one. Number two. Would be any of the Dominant series ships. These things are awesome, especially the Dominant's Navy. And then on the less expensive side of things, you're probably looking at like the Cobra or the Rattlesnake, maybe. or even like the Apocalypse Striker.
Enemy ships detected. We're being warp scrambled.
Is there a specific, like, thing you're trying to do? Because that might also influence it.
Fleet warp.
Warp
But I
drive
would
active.
definitely go, like, yeah, anytime.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Oh, I'm almost out of coffee.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
what are we at now? 888 million.
Warp drive active.
I'll probably make money faster just building those darn... Nice! The Rattlesnake is the best all-around PvP ship, or PvE ship. It's also really good in PvP, but that's a whole other topic. Something you'll notice there in that list of ships that I gave you, 2 of the 3 of those are drone ships.
Enemy ships detected.
Drones are just really powerful right now.
We're under attack.
Manufacturing.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
I think there's a really good opportunity there to make a lot of money. At least a few hundred million.
Fleet warp.
It's not as good as I thought. It's 600,000 manufacturing cost for one
Warp
of
drive
those
active.
things. So we're already looking at yeah. Yeah, don't isn't X4 a thing? X4 Foundations?
under attack. We're under attack.
I can't wait to get my hands on that rattlesnake. We are so close. We're literally like 1 month away. And this one's gonna be a slightly harder mission.
Fleet warp.
Thank
Warp
God
drive
I
active.
cannot leave my drones in space. I'm glad they auto-grab drones when you warp.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
One day, I hope they allow us to convert insurance points to
We're
ISK,
under attack.
because I would totally do it. Or make insurance points a tradable currency. That would be really nice. 1,280 days of Eve Echoes. Is that how long we've been going for since the game's release?
Fleet Warp.
Warp drive active.
Ah, in the same corp. Nice. That's
We're
like
under
4
attack.
years in the same corp. Wild.
Enemy ships detected.
Well, I'm glad you like it there.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack. We're under attack. Fleet Warp.
So far away
Warp
from
drive
Twilight Time.
active.
Oh no. That was a good bounty kick, finally. are now at 892 million.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
What is our
We're
current
under attack.
23 out of 40 on that character? 19 out of 40 on this character.
Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
We are just going and going and going. So I asked yesterday, what goal should we set for the Tech 8 to Tech 10 series? Do you guys have any ideas on what you would want to see as a goal? That would be a goal on the main account. We could not do it for the Tech 8 to Tech 10. It's way too much.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. Enemy ships detected.
God, I need them to release the Marauders before I hit Tech 10 with these characters. Because that would be the perfect goal if they release those. Yeah, maybe a Cobra. 10 billion is
We're
pretty
under
reasonable. It's even more reasonable if we consider doing like level 10 Dormant Realms with the rattlesnakes that we get at Tech 8. I think we figured out yesterday that,
Fleet warp.
let's see here.
Warp drive active.
On average, every month, if we are running the Dormant Realm level 10s and doing our Concord Pass on the alphas, we'll be making an average of 3,150,000,000 per character per month. Across 3 characters, that's about not 9 billion a month. Now that's not including like taxes and things like that, which will certainly lower it. Think like 20% less than that after
Enemy
taxes
ships
and stuff.
detected.
But that would be enough to get. So if we even take like half of that for Omega Basic every month, which is right about what it's at, we'd still be making enough for another month of Omega Basic per character. So that would be 1,650,000,000 in
Enemy ships detected.
positive cash flow every month. Just doing Dormant Realms and Concord Pass.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
So yeah, Cobra would be a pretty nice goal. If we're also running missions, it shouldn't be too hard to make like 300 million-ish pretty easily at Tech 8.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
I think that's a pretty reasonable goal.
We're under attack. We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
With the positive cash flow of 1,650,000,000, doing a minimum amount of work,
We're under attack.
after about 6 months, which is probably close to how long it'll take to go from Tech 8 to Tech 10.
We're under attack.
It might be longer than that, might be like 9 months. But we'd be looking at just about 9.9 billion ISK. Yeah, I can already start working on like a gold core and stuff.
Fleet warp.
Yeah, something else we can do is maybe we can buy one Cobra and then
Warp drive
turn the
active.
2 rattlesnakes into a Cobra if we want to build them. That'll cut our costs down quite a bit, I think. The problem with going for the Cobra, and this is all theoretical, it could never happen, but, if they do release the Marauder battleships, I would rather have a Raven nanocore just so I can get the golem. And hopefully that Raven Nanocore will transfer over to the golem. But it's highly unlikely.
Enemy ships detected. Enemy ships detected.
Gotta get my heals going.
We're under attack. We're under attack. Shield damaged.
I still have to get my hands on some good nanocores as well.
Fleet warp.
Not nanocores, implants.
Warp drive active.
it seems a pretty reasonable. Pretty reasonable.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
Yeah, we'll have the rattlesnake running 210, I think. Although I think there's one more that we could do as well.
Fleet warp.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. With how I'm gonna run the rattlesnake in Dormant Realms, it's gonna be that tank fit that I showed off. Give or take a few of the mid slots for group shield boosters or group capacitor boosters. One way or the other works for me. I think I prefer the group shield boosters.
We're under attack.
I think I do need to take a look at that fit again and see if I can do like a passive fit rattlesnake with more tank. Because I don't think an active fit is going to be worth my time.
We're under attack. Shield damaged.
The Nightmare is such a good ship to have in Dormant Realm 2. I just hope they bring out like a Fiend equivalent.
Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack.
This thing is just so good. Like, if you could put the defense tactical module on the Nightmare, oh my god. That would be actually kind of crazy.
Enemy ships detected.
Getting that extra resistance and everything on the Nightmare would just make it so good. Yeah.
Enemy ships detected.
3 red, 1 yellow. Yep. That's the fit. Now imagine your fit, but you can also throw the defense tactical module on it, and that is what the upgraded Nightmare would be.
We're
Yeah, it would be so good. I'm actually kind of sad that they did not bring that ship to the game. And they should
Fleet
have.
War.
I think it would have been the perfect fleet defense ship to have.
Warp drive active.
Hey, we're finally at 900 million.
We're under attack.
We have done... What did we start at today? Not including the,
Enemy ships detected.
let's see here.
We're under attack.
Okay, so we started at 846.
We're under attack.
No, yeah. Yeah, about 846 million. And now we're at 900. So we've only really done 54 million-ish in bounties and mission rewards.
Enemy ships detected.
It's been almost 5 hours. So we're pretty much on par with about 10,500,000 an hour at Tech 7. Per character.
We're under attack. Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I guess I would consider that pretty nice for Tech 7 alphas. Across the 3 characters, that's like 31.5 million every hour for all 3 combined. it's just a little brutal when I'm used to my main characters at Tech 10,
Enemy ships
and they're
detected.
making 100 million-ish an hour per character.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack. We're under attack.
I definitely need to do some Dormant Realms
Shield damaged.
in the near future.
Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
See, we are at 4 hours and 56 minutes into this. We started at 846 million. We are now at 906 million on one character.
We're under attack.
But we did spend like the first 20 minutes going back and forth to Gina and selling things, I think. So it won't be exactly.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Alright.
Enemy ships detected.
Okay, so right now as it sits, for the full 5 hours that we've been going for, this one character in the bottom left has made an average of 12 million an hour. Which pretty much extrapolates out to all 3 characters making about the same. But that is 36 million an hour for all 3 characters combined.
Warp drive active.
That's not bad. It just feels awful. Yeah, maybe I'm lucky. We've certainly had a fair share of missions that are pretty good for us, the ones with the battlecruisers in them. That's why I think 10,500,000 is probably
Enemy
more
ships
realistic.
detected.
Yeah, I should be able to do the smalls and maybe the mediums with the prophecy. I just have to change my fit to be full tank. Why are there Calgary enemies in my Galente space?
We're under attack. Fleet War.
Warp drive active.
We're under attack. We're under attack. Shield damaged.
Yeah. I've had a few people do that to me when I was in, the Cyans when they first came out.
Enemy ships
It was
detected.
so irritating.
We're under attack. Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good place to use them. Especially in, like, Waste Seekers. I had a character a long time ago that flew the Noctis, but I just ended up not using him that often. And by now I've already forgotten the login and everything for him.
Fleet War.
I mean, you either run a Noctis or you have one of your mid slots be an auto salvager. That's your only option.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I don't know about the Cyan, if it would have enough cargo hold.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
Yeah. Those would definitely not be able to be picked up on top of other stuff.
Enemy ships detected. We're under attack.
We're gonna have 3 mid slots on the Rattlesnake. One of them could definitely be an auto-self-cure.
We're under attack.
I just don't know if I want to spend the 1.2 billion just to buy one. It'd be nice on our way up from Tech 8 to gather up all this loot and reprocess it.
Fleet war.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, it's nice to have the auto-salvagers on the Lucent Moons. They've got an extra mid-slot to use, so why not just throw it on there? Huh.
Enemy ships detected.
Yeah. Yeah, they need a really long range to make it work. It's not so bad in the Waste Seeker event, I think that is where I will end it for today. We didn't quite do 100 million on all 3 of our characters, but we did get a pretty good chunk out of the way. I've been going for
Autopilot engaged.
about 5 hours and 20 minutes. It's definitely a hard grind
Warp drive
as a
active.
Tech 7 pilot, but we'll get there. We're at least in a lot better shape than when we started. And we still have to make like 440 million ISK by the time we hit Tech 8. Over the course of all 3 of our characters, we made,
Warp
what
drive
are we at
active.
right now? Pretty much 64 million ISK on each character, which across all 3 characters that is 192 million ISK. Not bad. Any character that has excess cash by the time we buy the rattlesnakes, that cash will go toward the lowest end character in order to help it afford that.
Warp drive active.
So we will end it here. Thank you all so much for joining me today. I know it was a little bit of a boring stream, not much happening, but that's kind of the
Docking
nature of the
request
beast.
accepted.
We did really well today. So let me get up out of your hair. Thank you all so much for joining me. If you want to join the Discord, it is linked on YouTube and Twitch. And I can't thank you enough. I really can't. I'm gonna keep doing what I do. I'm gonna keep doing Dormant Realm carries and things. And I will see you... I don't know. I don't know when I'll see you. It'll at least be next Monday. If not, maybe on Saturday I'll have another stream like this, where we just grind on the alphas. So take care and be safe, and I will see you on the next one.